Hello and welcome. Damn, I was ready for that one. Hello. Hi, hi. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. I had my gun thingy ready for that one. Hope you are doing good. Welcome. Why? My goodness, I am feeling super super EP. Like I swear the medicine that they gave me 2 days ago. Yeah. Pyro, yeah, 2 days ago for the stomach issue is like it's really making me very eepy for whatever reason. They're supposed to be just stomach um medicine, right? But I don't know why they're making me so eepy. So I don't know why I kind of want to play a little bit Counter Strike today. Yeah, it's been a while, and I kind of wanna. I wanna play more Phasmophobia after. So Counter Strike will probably last for like a few hours, I guess. Not for a long time, I feel like. And then it'll be Phasmophobia after. So yeah, I'm just gonna play a little bit of Counter Strike. I don't know how to play Counter Strike, by the way. Just for the record, I'm at my premier rating is stuck between 2.8k to 3k because I seriously don't know how to play the game. I just love the gunplay in the game, so that's why I've come for your awhoop. Oh my god, the awhoop. I cannot play awhoop. My friend can. I cannot. I'm a rifler. I play the AK or the M4 or the FAMAS. I play those kind of guns. I don't think I can handle AWP. It's too difficult for me. It's too high cortisol to play AWP. Hi Marcus. Welcome. I hope I didn't butcher your name. So I am currently very EP. Same as yesterday. The medicine is still making me very floaty. I feel like I'm still drunk in a way, right? But I don't drink alcohol. It's just like medication drunk, kind of. So I don't know how that's gonna affect me playing Counter Strike. I'm very curious actually. It's probably going to be catastrophic, but hey, as long as I'm having fun, it's all good, right? So hey, can we gonna play a little bit Counter Strike today? It has been a little bit since I last streamed Counter Strike, but I have been playing Counter Strike almost, I wouldn't say every night, but a few nights per week with my mid school friends that I play a little bit Counter Strike, but I don't really like learn or get good in the game. I just kind of like eh, have gun, will shoot in the game. kind of mindset, right? It's not like when I play Tekken and I try to learn everything. No, like there, I heard there's like counter strafing or like smoke lineups or like flash lineups. I know a tiny bit, but I don't know everything. So the ones that I know are the ones that my friend told me about. It's like, oh, you can 看到这个地毯的左下角、右下角丢跳丢按D or something like that. So my friend told me about it. It's like, oh, I didn't even know such a thing exists. Holy shit. So yeah, that's my knowledge of Counter Strike. I just kind of want to mention this for a little bit, just in case people came in and be like, "Oh my god, why are you 20k Premier Elo? You playing like this bumps?" Like, no, right? I'm 2.8k to 3k. I'm so good, it's beyond belief, right? So there you go. Let me get ready for Counter Strike real quick. I don't know. I don't know if game capture works. Oh, I forgot about that. Wait. Let me try open up the game first. Also, I'll be playing jazz the whole time while playing Counter Strike, but I will make the music very soft so that I can still hear footsteps and everything. So yeah, yeah. Right. I forgot. It takes a while for me to open up Counter Strike. My PC is old. You're gonna excuse it. It's been almost 10 years now. Yeah, I have my PC for almost a decade. Oh my god, that's actually kind of crazy. Wow. I still don't get why the stomach medicine will get me. What's the word again? Inebriated. Drunk. I don't know why the medicine will get me drunk though. Nothing about the medicine says that it will get drowsy. It doesn't. Nothing says that it causes drowsiness. They do have the scientific name. I have pantoprazole, Veloxine. It's meclozine plus pyridoxine. Holy shit, the scientific name is weird. Alright, so I have Counter-Strike, but this one is from display capture. I wanna game capture because I need to capture the noise of the game. Let's hope this works. May require allow third-party software to launch option to use game capture. Oh, we did it. I think it's working. It has 2 for some reason. Oh, yeah, I'm running at 10. I'm running at 1610. Oh, that's really weird. It's not full screen. Can I stretch it somehow? Maybe if I... What if I do something scuffed? I'll do this. Yeah, I'll do that, but it still has the game noise, right, I think? So I'm using display capture, but I'm using game capture to capture game audio. Ah, that's so scuffed. That's so scuffed. Ooh, how about... Okay, how about... Let me try something. Audio capture CS. Create new. Gonna capture this one. Boom. So CS should be here, I think. Boom. Is it capturing? It is capturing. Okay, I need to lower this to minus 9.8 decibel. Can you hear the game? Yeah, there's feedback. Okay. I also need to like disable round N and MVP so that I don't get copyrighted. MVP music when players on both teams are alive? No. So for game communication, Hide avatar images and customized items. Show only friends and also yes. So that I can be like, I can call them by their like purple, blue or something. I don't know if I want to... I don't know if I want to communicate with the team. I feel kind of scared, but maybe I should? I'll just try to like report the last seen enemy or something like that, or when I die, or when something when I killed someone, I'll just be like, oh, where dead, where dead, or like where enemy is. I'll just like tell them where the enemy is. I feel like my crosshair is so cool. I mean, I could make it purple. I could make it purple, actually. Boop. Hi, Brett Talk. Welcome, Dragon. I'm so bad at the game, I'm so scared. Alright, I'm gonna go to... I have a few workshop map I do. 5E aim hub. Oh, this is a Chinese one. And there's a recoil master and aim training. Fish the fish. Heck yeah. Let me see how loud the game is, alright? Let me go to a workshop map and check. And let me go to a workshop map that I never went to. Apparently this workshop map is like very well prepared. There's like everything inside. There's like aim training, there's like reaction training, there's like a mini game, but it's all in Chinese though, right? So oh my god, oh my god. Why do I have this? I want to see how loud the game is. Where's my favorite? Gun do be kind of loud, no? But the footsteps are audible. Just when there's like gun noises, it can get too red, so it can be very loud. I couldn't. Yeah, that's my skill level currently. So yeah, there's like a bunch of things here. I don't know what KPM is. 快速复活人物随机模型 What 高粱 Oh, it shows where to shoot. No. Oh, kills per minute? Oh my god. No, I cannot do that. 无限子弹 yeah. 移动弹道不扩散 Oh wow. So I can run and shoot. Interesting. 显示子弹撞击 So it shows where I shoot. Oh wow. So like oh dang, okay. So yeah, there's also like this is warm up. Oh, this is warm up. This is real match simulator, kind of. This is deadly paintball, yeah. And then this is recoil control. I don't know what this is. 定位训练 Positioning practice? 闪身 I don't know what 闪身 is. What is this? I don't know what this is. I never been to this workshop map before, but it's just my friends like, oh, download this one. It's so good. It's like, oh, what it do? It makes you practice. Like, huh? but I just want to shoot guns. What do you mean practice? Whoa, missing texture? Do I step here? Oh, is it like when I step on here, there's enemy, and then the arrows show when it spawns, and I have to shoot it as soon as possible? So like... Oh, that's tough. I don't think I can do that. This is 听声辨位. This is you cannot look at the enemy, but you need to listen to where the footsteps is, and then like tell where the enemy is. 架枪. This is holding an angle practice, I think. Yeah, this is holding angle practice. How far can I be? Can I do that with this? So is that like the aiming line? It kind of looks like I have to aim lower, no? Oh my god. Oh my god. Do people do this? Holy shit, how do people even do this? Do I need a sniper for this? Where's the AWP? I never played AWP before, so... Okay, right click to... So AWP. I shot the dick. This one feels very doable with sniper. There has to be like... Oh. Oh, what? How is this even possible to react to? What the hell? Can people even actually do this? Like, this looks crazy though. No, I cannot. No. It's so fast. It's actually crazy. Oh, I got him. Nice. You can wallbang the head with sniper. Wallbang their head. I know I can react. I mean, I cannot react to that. Oh! Oh, this is actually possible if I actually log in. Oh no, I lied. If it were you, we already changed the DG. I just changed from Selfcom DG to Maxis not too long ago. When they're moving left, follow the head and shoot through the wood. How can I... Okay, okay. Oh my god! How? How do people play AWP? From Unify to DG? Unify? Are you talking about like data plan or something? Or is it like modem Wi-Fi? Alright, what else do we have? So this one. These are mini games. I've been here before. This one is to like shoot as fast as possible. Aim and shoot as fast as possible. It's how people get kills in Dust 2 mid. Holy shit. Home fiber? I didn't know DG has home fiber. I've been using Max's home fiber for the longest time. Kills in Dust 2 mid. Oh, I didn't think about that. It's like Dust 2 mid. I never played AWP before, so I don't know how people can play it. Dragon. I say 602. Yeah, the iPad package saved me another 700. That sounds like a lot of saving. Ooh. So I guess the sound is like okay-ish. It's not too... When it's shooting, it's very loud, but at least you guys can hear the walking noises, I think. Hi Solar, I have a gun. Why is Streamlabs spamming? One scout headshot or two scout body shots? At the cost of maybe I don't have internet so shit you won't see me online. Well, that is bad, so yeah. Before they blocked me and a friend would both get scout and just shoot at dolls. Oh. I'm gonna go solo queue premiere and while I'm still being half asleep, I guess I can play this for a little bit. Oh, I'm 3k! Oh shit, I'm so good. Fuck. I might be the best ever, actually, so there we go. I might actually be the best. Oh, wow. You will buy a scout extra with our AK and then shoot dolls before guns would despawn. I didn't know guns would despawn. See, all my friends are so good, I just can't. I'm also pretty good. I love Inferno. Most recent win, I win an Asian. I win the most at Inferno, and that's crazy. And a little bit of Deuce 2. The guns despawn after buy period. Is that CSGO? Because now the guns just don't despawn at all. Like, people can pick up guns anywhere. The guns before buy period despawn. That's bad then. Why would you buy two guns then? I mean, unless you have like 16,000 to spare, then maybe? Scout is like 1400. SSG. 1700. Guess they changed a lot in like... You told me you played a lot back then, right? I'm trying to sell this one still. I need money. Alright, let's try... Wait, let me check one more thing before I... Communication. How do I check my... Isn't it communication? Like push to talk? Maybe it's audio? Default, no additional calibration. Enhanced mid and high frequency band. Can help with sound localization and reduce muffling. May sound harsh in certain situations. I play most like 2015 to 2018. Ah, makes sense. I'll keep on the mouse. Oh, there are keybinds for this? Use microphone. Anything at V? Toggle between open mic and push to talk? I'm at J. I think J is too far. I don't think there's V. I think V is easier. I could just use my thumb and press V to talk. Psycho grenade, explosive and traps. HE flashbang. I'm just gonna psycho nades, it's fine. Alright, we got the push to talk, we got everything. I am most likely not going to talk to anyone. Imagine playing Counter Strike like a single player game, not talking to anyone. Crazy. Here we go. I'm already scared, but I want to play. Oh, is this region? Everyone's ass. I'm not ass. I got 33 win? That's crazy. I wanna show as well that last night was really fun. Last night we got a lot of wins, but usually I'm I'm always at the bottom of the scoreboard. Yeah, I'm always at the bottom of the scoreboard. Only for one time that I'm at the top of the scoreboard. And we won too. Yeah, I'm almost always at the bottom of the scoreboard, yeah. Almost always. I just couldn't play the game. It's really hard. And people say that having a higher refresh rate of a monitor could help as well. I think that does affect it. But then currently with my skill level, I feel like 60 is more than enough. I feel like 60 should be more than enough. My skill doesn't allow me to go like high or like I don't know. No one's playing County Strike. Oh no. No one playing? Well. Wowee. Somehow I kind of wish there's like a, you know, like in fighting games, it allows you to have like a training dummy so that you can practice your execution while waiting for a match. I mean, this one I'm kind of surprised how they don't have like a, during matchmaking, you can wait for the matchmaking in like a training room of some sort. You can like test out your guns, you can like test out your feeling of a gun and stuff like that. I'm kind of surprised how games like these don't do that. Is it? It might be too much work to add that in. But I don't know. I'm always a big fan of like being able to. Oh, oh, yeah, Evie. Thanks for 70. Oh my god. But yeah, I'm actually surprised how there's no practice while matchmaking thing going on for Counter-Strike. Or like for any shooter, I feel like. Most of the shooter that I've seen, right? Okay, I'm not gonna say that actually because I don't play as much shooter. Counter-Strike might be like the only PvP shooter that I play. The rest I don't play. It's like hard. I don't know. Whoa, everyone is around my level? Damn. We're good at these three. Anubis and Ancient? Okay, how about this? We ban these three. Yeah, we ban those three, brother. Oh fuck, I don't know how to play Mirage. Oh no. They're gonna play Mirage. Yeah. Mirage easy? Mirage is the one that always get clapped. I cannot do aim duels in Mirage. Just learn the 20 different smokes. Yeah, fuck that. People be like, oh, give me smoke, I'll throw A smoke. Oh, give me smoke, I throw VIP smoke. I throw the window smoke, like insta window smoke. Or like give me smoke, I'll throw B smoke and B exact smoke or flashes. Like what? 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 I hate Mirage. Like goddamn. Give me Inferno. I fucking love Inferno. I like to rush Banan. Oh god, someone has skin. Holy shit. Yellow has skin. Crazy. Someone is already getting what Damn, someone's talking. Green is already pre-muted. What the hell is going on? I'll go B to mid then. Let's see how this guy plays. Yeah, I'll go B to mid. Timing. Holy. I will play so much Mirage. I could probably do most of the smokes from T side. I can't throw any smokes, honestly. D going round 1 is crazy. But then they're like T-sided, so I guess it makes sense. Oh. Just like the gun name, tilted. Oh. Hey, I got a shot in. I could E, I guess. No, they're good for spying. Okay.
Let's move out.
PP Bison mid. Let's go. I love that. Chat, does this flash work?
Throwing flashbang.
Woo! That was really fast. Chat, I killed 2. Oh my god. Oh my god, I don't even see them. Nice kill. Yellow has so much skin, so cool. They were last seen jungle, right? I think your legs are showing here, no? I would not know what to do here. Like, if I were in this situation, I don't know what to do. I would probably panic more and more. Oh, damn!
All right.
I'm MVP, I'm the best. Oh, I got 3 shots in for the last guy. Damn. I could buy a gun here. I like FAMAS. Yeah, that's good enough.
Move it, son.
Purple is our dedicated mid player, and then yellow just steals it. Very cool. And then...
Flashbang.
Oh, that probably failed.
Grenade.
Oh, I thought there's someone. Holy shit.
Throwing flashbang.
Might be under.
Smoke.
Yeah, it is under. That was a really bad placement. I don't know what to do.
Deploying flashbang.
Alright, I'm going through the smoke here.
Fire.
God damn!
Easy lemon squeezy.
I have 0 smokes knowledge. Full util? I mean, I don't know how to use them. I have a gun that's good enough. How about I just like flash mid? Like over the wall to mid?
Flashbang. Live grenade. Smoking.
Okay.
Grenade out. Grenade out.
I'm surprised I didn't die. All good. All good. They shot me and said sorry? Holy shit. This is peak Counter-Strike. I'm stealing kills. Look at my damage. I'm actually just kill stealing now. Fuck.
Throwing smoke. Deploying flashbang.
Why is that flash?
Laying down smoke. Throwing flashbang. Smoke.
Why is it smoke? Why is it smoke? Alright, Greed, you got this smoke, man. I don't know what I'm doing here. Do you want to go under? Hi, Kobo. Thanks for the raid.
1A 1A nice
Scout? I'm jumping. Yeah, I shouldn't have tried to go for that.
wait don't put
Oh, thanks for helping. How was that lock? I still haven't had the courage to play that lock yet. Kobo raid, thank you. Welcome in, everyone. I'm Tiara. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons, the bits. I love dragon bits. I do art sometimes. Welcome. Oh. Hope you are doing good. Hope that lock was fun. I think last I saw you play that lock, there was like a pink creature thingy. That's really cool. Yo, nice shot, Yellow. Thanks for the lurk.
Sit down.
Just hide. They don't even have time to plant. Oh, they do. Holy shit, I'm so sorry. Nice. they didn't know. Wow, my teams are so strong. I don't know what I'm doing though. Yeah. Well, if you need any post-stream, Kane, get some rest, get some food, get some drink, definitely go do them. Need to brush your teeth? No, it's all good. Don't worry about the late response. It's okay, you know. Post-stream care very important. And hi, James and Dragon.
Deploying flashbang. Deploying flashbang. Throwing flashbang. Laying down smoke. Deploying flashbang. Throwing smoke.
Holy shit, that's an owl. Yay! I shouldn't have jumped. That's an owl. Damn, I should have just bought MP7. It's so good.
Grenade out.
The name? Oh, the name was crazy. The name was crazy. I mean, I'm sure there are like people who knows how to play this game, right? But for Mirage, would you guys think that it's a T-sided map or a CT-sided map? Like, I never know about these kind of things. To me, I'm always like a CT-sided player because I don't know how to rush. But I like rushing though.
PB come on
Damn, nice.
One more.
Flashbang.
Bench. Oh. Thank goodness I didn't say bench in voice chat because I thought I saw someone at bench. Thank God I didn't say that in chat. I would get flamed so hard. I thought I saw something in bench.
Stuck right into them.
I'm buying this one still. They're using MP7s, right? Yeah. I'm buying a diffuse kit. I have money. I can invest. It's all good.
Go. Throwing fire. Throwing smoke. Flashbang. Throwing flashbang. Incendiary out. Smoke.
One pallet.
Throwing smoke. Grenade out.
One pallet. AWP.
Grenade out.
One pallet. Help A.
Oh my god, one that chair. I cannot believe it.
One pallet. One more pallet.
That sounded like Thailand. Doing tikui. Doing tikui. Damn. I couldn't do with sandbags. Maybe I need fire. Yeah, I need fire to do with sandbags. So that when they're hiding inside sandbags, I can force them out. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. That's why 4 of them. Actually, I need smokes. I need all of them. I also need to clear chair. I need to remember to clear chair.
Deploying flashbang. Flashbang.
Whoop, middle.
Throwing flashbang. Throwing fire. Throwing fire. Throwing a grenade. Smoke out. Laying down smoke. Laying down smoke.
Yay!
Grenade.
One more.
Flashbang.
Ooh, I brought it back. Let's go. I'm not gonna take the awupa. No awupa.
Gear up. We aren't going on a windy walk here.
Oh my god, why is everyone here now?
Incendiary out. Smoke. Flashbang. Deploying flashbang. Throwing grenade. Incendiary out. Throwing a grenade. Incendiary. Grenade out. Throwing smoke. Throwing smoke.
Whoa! There was someone in the smoke.
You're a champion.
I guess me and Yellow had the right idea, but I was holding the wrong side of the smoke. They're all AKs. But we were winning.
Are we rushing in, or are we going sneaky beaky like? Throwing fire. Grenade out. Flashbang.
I need to check my demo if this actually
Throwing
works.
flashbang. Throwing fire. Grenade out.
Oh, I'm whipping.
Grenade out. Smoke.
Yeah, good shit.
Right on.
They all still have AK, even though we've been winning for so many rounds straight. That's kind of scary, actually.
I'm waiting here.
Kobo. Wow.
Move it. Move it.
Oh, we were winning like crazy. This is pain. This is pain. Enemy green.
Grenade. Laying down smoke. Tossing a Molotov. Throwing fire.
Oh, I guess I can use the fire when they have. Must be A at this point.
Grenade out. Counter-terrorists win. Are you right on? You're right
Damn.
on.
My team is like shitting on them. Check. Yeah, my team is shitting on them actually. Wow. Here I have my most expensive skin ever. I get a 5/7. Buy this.
Remove any doubts in your head. It's us or them. Throwing flashbang.
I don't know what that flash is, to be honest.
Throwing a grenade. Flashbang. Throwing fire. Throwing flashbang.
Oh my god.
Throwing smoke. Throwing fire.
That scene was here, right? I think. Oh my god, they're just chilling. Ooh,
Are some piece of
I'm
cake
being
to us.
carried. I'm being carried. Oh my god.
This is easy. We kill them, and then we go home.
Yellow is rich. Holy shit. And yellow is top fragging.
Where you go? Stick. Where you go? Stick team.
I can understand the Thai accent is too strong. I'm going there.
This is our fight.
Alright, A it is. I think window. I think this is the.
Throw in a flashbang. I'm pulling back.
Oh my god, how do you even?
They cannot stop us now.
Yay! How many shots was that? 88 in 4? Hi, yeah. Well, I got Stephenson, holy shit. Is Stephenson loud?
BBB.
It's okay-ish. Stephenson. We're slowly doing AK. Alright. I'm gonna get some confidence boost here. I'll try to use AK as well. Actually, I followed them.
I'm throwing a flashbang.
I should follow them. No, they're coming. They're going back. Wait! Whoa! I should have followed, honestly. Oh, you almost got him. Ooh, no blood. Ooh, nice try. I feel like, yeah, Mirage is CT-sided map, I feel like.
I'll stay here.
AK was a bad idea. I want to E. Are they all buying Deagle, 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 Deagle? What kind of... How much... How... What? I'm doing it. Oh! Enemy team is mad. Let's go. We already won. MVP? I don't know why I tried that. How do you even get the bomb plan? Ui! I tagged them! Oh my god, I tagged the one in the middle! Holy shit. I have the highest headshot percentage rate. I'm actually a cheater. Oh my god, I have 45% headshot rate. And I killed 11? Ooh. Ooh. Oh. Don't know what this rank is. Major rank 32? I'll play a few like Counter-Strike matches and then I'll go Phasmophobia after. Because my half asleep state is kinda hard to like play Counter-Strike for a long period of time, I feel like. Alright, let's go again. I'm feeling a tiny bit confident with a few of my shots that actually landed. I mean, some of the shots felt good. Although the yellow doesn't really feel like it's from 2K either, question mark? LFP90. I thought it was skin for my P. Oh my god, that's right. I thought it's skin for my P90 though. There's also like a lot of like dragon skins that cost like thousands of money. It's like, oh yeah, normal, normal. Yeah, 这边 charge 着。你们要去打这个了哈？
我要去买，找灰灰的，找方方的布先。
哦，可以可以可以，那麻烦你们了。
开了这个就是直接开它。
啊，有那个 password 3条线下来咯。
方法应该会知道。
知道知道。
啊，这样可以吗？
啊。
拜拜。
那拜拜。啊。Oh no, it's Mirage and Mirage 2. What is this? Bro. Bro, no. No one plays Inferno, man. Oh my god, so it's 1k, 1k, 1k.
Let's roll.
How much am I again? Am I 3k something? Oh shit, am I the highest in my team now? Look, in this rank, I believe in lucky shots, okay? Check. Oh my god, I'm actually the highest one. Oh my god, wait, what? I'm surprised there's only 1k elo person. I thought 1k elo is like hard to get. I mean, it took me a while to get. I keep losing and I got to 1k elo, but now I'm 3k. For whatever reason, I'm in 3k now. I don't know. Win 121, lose 175. Dang. I'm losing this one. No, I'm joking. I'm gonna try my best.
Where you go?
Is it the same blue again? No, it's the same blue. It's the same accent and everything.
Go B.
I'm going blue.
B.
I'm
Take
going
him,
blue.
Take.
Oi! Must be low. Yeah. See, I told you lucky shots. What is that smoke? 360, no, 360 smoke? Goddamn.
Wow.
I don't think. Oh my god! What? They have diffuser on round 1? That's crazy. Diffuser on round 1. 46 and 4, the power of Glock, baby. Are they forcing? It looks like they're forcing. Well, 2 forcing. 2 not by anything, including me. PPP's on? I mean, PPP's on is good in this rank, I feel like. If you can land the first hit, they cannot do anything, because the aim punch is so good. Maybe PPP's on is the way to do it, but I love my hairdryer. I'm forcing. Oh wait, someone's Eing. This is Deagle. Oh, I have bomb. Let's go. Going cave this time. Brother. Alright, I'm just gonna play. Red room? Hell yeah, brother. Molotov? How would I throw Molotov at B? Maybe I should mid-contest? I'll try mid-contesting then. There was someone nearby. They're already jumping up. Brother! Holy shit, they went through smoke like that, that's crazy.
Activating the bomb.
Oh, heaven. Oh, they got A? Oh, crazy. Donut.
Help me, help me, help me.
Oh, this guy's weird. What was that? Why would they pre-fire there? Blue made no noise. Ooh, it's okay. We just play. We're winning. We're winning. I guess it's an obvious spot to be. I'll try to contest mid. I don't think they go cubby, but I'm gonna molly there anyway. Oi! Wallawi. Whoa! That was crazy. I guess lucky shot is a thing. Okay, that's not lucky shot. They took 10 years to aim at the end. Oh. Holy shit. No way. Oh fuck. Okay, okay. I need to be aggressive with this take mid. We buy 2 flashes, we flash twice, and then we're just gonna go and peek. Alright, let's go, brother. 1 flash, 2 flash. Oh fuck. Going out. Oh, that was a bad aim. I wasn't even... Okay, don't go out when I'm not ready, okay? Ooh. Damn. Enemy orange. Holy, 1.1k knows about knows about crosshair placement? Like, I'm telling you, man, like, these placements, like these 1k, 2k, they are good. Like, I don't even know what crosshair placement is, but they know. I'm Eing, just buying a Tech 9. APS drop, okay. Hey, they gave a reason, and I think that's a valid reason. Oh, that was on top of me. Oh. I'm too low.
Hell.
Wait, why are they going A though? Oh, my team was going A. Shit, I didn't even realize. I threw this one. Yeah, I was alone on B. I didn't realize. Oh, what a cross the placement.
Counter-terrorists win.
Oh, I shot them twice. I thought I whiffed that shot. I really want a mid-contest, but everyone just following me when I go mid-contest and then 4 just goes down. Which is not really my intention. Oh, lucky shot. Unfortunate. You know what? Me staying in the smoke is pretty obvious there. Ooh. I feel like enemy team doesn't feel like their rank, you know? They're all 1k, but then they're all like balling with their like headshots and everything. What? 6 kill, 100% headshot? Ooh, goddamn! I mean, what is that future donk that I'm going against? You know, yeah, I'm a free bold. Get on here, cat. Oh fuck! They push mid to heaven. Dang, unfortunate. It feels like they're really like taking mid. I need to find a way to like contest mid, but I don't know how to counter the utility. Oh. Yeah, we definitely need mid control here.
I'm planting the bomb. Throwing a flashbang. Bomb has been planted.
Green can kind of control the recoil though, dang. They were walking and shooting, and then they can control the recoil a little bit.
Counter-terrorists win.
This is wild, but everyone feels like they're way better than I am here. We're gonna wait until the smoke vanishes, and then I'm gonna contest mid. But it'll be too slow though.
Okay.
All right.
Let's go.
Change your plan then.
To AFK. Fuck.
All right, you go, brother. No one pushes mid now?
AWP, AWP.
Interesting smoke. Why would you do that? Interesting smoke.
Nice out, nice out.
It's all good. Our blue is like the positive one. Nice try, he said. You know what? It is a nice try. Yeah. Good try, man. Good try. What matters is that they tried. Fuck yeah. We love that. Hold and go? What does that even mean? What does hold and go mean? I can't believe I won against one Awupa though. Okay, one is holding mid now.
What? B, go B.
Oh, yeah, I sure
B,
expected that
AWP,
there.
one more.
I sure expected that there, honestly. Because I accidentally smoked left side. Of course they're gonna go right side. What am I thinking? Need to think about how people think as well playing this game.
Why?
Oh, why you... What? Brother. Holy shit, good shit. You know, it worked out. That's the most important part.
CT.
You should hide, honestly. Don't contest it like that. Oh, what a nade. Ooh, nice, they remember. That was beautiful. Oh, shit, I'm broke. I have to go for mini AK. Mini AK. Are they half Kevlar AK? I'm not gonna... Okay. You know what? I'm not gonna question that.
One more B, one more. One more B.
Fair enough. Wow, that's actually crazy. I guess they saw me. One K. What? No, enemy team is weird. It's not the knife. It's not the knife, but the fact. Oh wait, no, radar. It could be radar. It could be radar. But still, enemy team is weirdly good for the elo. No, that's the elo, by the way. 1K, 3K, 1K, 1K, 1K. 70% headshot, 10 kills. 66% headshot, 6 kills is fine. But man, like those stats are crazy. I'm contesting mid again. Oh my god, it's a Awupa. Yeah, no, that's... I don't think that's it. I don't think that's it. Chat, am I wrong for thinking that's a cheat shot? Oh. Am I wrong for thinking that's a cheat shot? There's no information about that person being at the edge of the smoke, no? Enemy team is weird, this one. Enemy team is weird.
Remember, this is bandit country. Shoot
I
everything that
mean,
moves.
if they are cheating in 1K premiere, they are out of their mind. It is Sunday though, but still. Kids roam free on Sunday. I go middle.
Move it, son. Decoys out. Deploying flashbang. Throwing smoke. Bomb has been planted.
Ooh. Oh damn, run shot. Let's go. Oh! Orange and orange? No, don't go now. You got this. You have no time. You cannot play like this. Oh, unfortunate. Yeah, good try. Chat, I feel like enemy team is kind of weird. Maybe I'm low, like I'm so low elo that I think enemy team is weird, but some of their shots are questionable, right? I can say that, right? Some of the shots are questionable.
Let's show them who we are.
Oh, they E'd. Can we still E at this point?
Throwing smoke. Throwing flashbang.
Help me, help me. Help me. What? Help.
Oh shit. Wait, were they shooting each other?
Terrorists win.
I love how when blue says help me and then I have to look in the minimap and say, okay, which blue? I was like, okay, where's blue? I need to know where's blue. They are not on AK, so I need to buy a Kevlar and helmet still.
Smoke. Grenade out. Flashbang.
You're saying side B? For what reason are you saying side B?
Throwing a grenade. Bomb has been planted. Defusing the bomb. I'm defusing the bomb. Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win. Now you're right on. You're right on.
Where is the gun? My green bought their own, okay. I'll invest more then. Guess I'll smoke mid and then nade it. I don't see them contesting mid, to be honest.
Laying down smoke. Incendiary out. Throwing fire. Grenade out. Throwing flashbang.
I think that's a kind of a bad smoke by me. Oh my god, now there's mid. Ah, unfortunate, I should have checked longer. Oh, behind you. Not, no headphones? Headphoneless, I guess? I want M4, A4 here. Actually, I'm not buying fire, I'm buying a diffuse kit. No, do I need diffuse kit? No, we need fire. I'm buying everything I can because it's the last run.
Smoke. Incendiary. Incendiary.
Dang it. I didn't expect the nade there. Good choice. Good choice though. I was reloading. The Avengers assemble. Assemble. Nah, no. I feel like the enemy team is a little bit weird here. You don't tell me 1K play like that. 1K plays like this. It's either Smurf or just straight up cheating, right? I kind of want to download this demo and check. This one feels weird. I also want... Oh yeah, I also want to download the demo from the previous Mirage run. And I want to see if that flash does anything. Like the flash I did from B short to mid. I don't know if they work. I can download... Wait, no. Where's the refresh? Yeah. Malaj. Yeah, this one. Short. How can I check if the flash did something though? I know there's like no. How do I? Maybe in game only I can check. The thing is, I don't know if... I don't know if there... No, there's someone contesting mid in Mirage. So maybe I can check if the flash did anything, to be honest. I don't know. I don't know. Alright, let's look at it real quick. That was a fast download though. Me. Oh my god, that was loud as hell. Oh, I'm already dead. Okay, how do I check that? Who it was? Seal and Frog. Okay, check. 15 seconds back. So I threw the flash there. I don't know if it works. I did that. Oh, it's too far back. I think I saw where it goes. Can I check like free camera? Oh, enable mouse camera control. Oh, that's weird. Wait. So around... Oh, I flashed Salmon because Salmon was so far back. So I guess that flash I have to jump throw, but not too far because I'm so slow with the flash. My flash landed there. Yeah, I only flash back there only. So if I were to flash it, I think it would be like... It would be like I need to jump throw instead of like jump forward throw. I also want to look at this. I feel like enemy team is a little bit weird on this one. I mean, sure, I played badly, but that's not normal. Right? That's not normal. It was a 25 minute of stomping. It's either, I mean, the chances are high that they're smurfing. There's definitely something wrong with their gameplay because I don't think 1K players play like that. Like these are all like 2K, 3K players. I still played badly on the Mirage, but I did pretty okay, I feel like. This one is just a huge difference. This one is like crazy. I just want to look at the one where I'm hiding in cave and then purple pre-fired me with the sniper. I'm relatively sure that they saw me before I go into the cave. That's why the pre-fire. So it was around here, I think. No, it was next round. Yeah, this is pistol round. No, they have Awupa, so it should be around here. No? AK? I... Wait, no, I was CT. No, if I'm CT, they're T. Isn't the enemy purple? Was I T? Oh no, I was T. I was T. There has to be a round where you have Awupa here. Yeah, this one. It could be this round. Are you going cave? You should be going middle? No, you're going cave. I hid in cave. No, how about if I just look for where I hid in cave? I die every round, well, almost every round. The one that I hide in cave, not here. Oh, it's here, it's here. Okay, who was that? There was Shark. Okay, there was Shark. Shark. Here. Minus 15 seconds. This is playback lag, I think. Yeah, playback lag. Okay, let me see if they don't see me at all. They don't see me at all. And then they're checking the default knife. Chances are high they're cheating. Yeah, they don't see me. A pixel. Can you react to that though in full speed? I'm sorry, that's like playback bug. I don't think you can react to looking at that you saw something there. Unless you are like really high elo. Mind you, this is a 3.4K that reacted to that pixel like, oh, I saw someone. I don't think so. Alright. How do you clear this? Okay. You clear cave. You're very carefully killing cave. And then the pre-fire. Oh, you see me here, I guess? Wait. Double check. 0.1 speed. Ah, they see me here. Fair enough, I guess. Check that on full speed again. Because then that shot was weird to me. Full speed. The clear. No, they don't see me. I guess that's like a very pre-fire able spot, question mark? Even though they don't see me, they just pre-fire me there. It's not conclusive, honestly. But there are like a few shots that's also crazy through the smoke as well. I forgot which round was it. I should check more of your rounds actually. It's fast. But then again, I guess they practice AWPA every day. They crouch peek.
Throwing smoke. Bomb has been planted. Throwing smoke. Grenade out. Diffusing. Incendiary out.
There's some like after bomb plant smoke kills. Is it this one? It could be because this is the rotation to be. Oh, but they wander around though. No, they wander around. And then it's this. Okay, it should be far behind them. They wander around. That looks like a lucky spray. Imagine checking demo at 1K premier rank. It's just that I don't trust people that inspects the default knife, you know? Like, at what situation would you inspect this default knife? Doesn't look good. It doesn't even look good. Look at how rusty this shit is.
Let's go, fellas. Throwing flashbang. Laying down smoke. Flashbang. Throwing a grenade.
Nothing sus. I forgot which one is the round where they got the kill. Oh, I think they are T during that point. A round where they have Awupa?
Grenade out. Incendiary.
Oh, they have no Awupa. Oh, that's what. Oh, that's what happened. They don't have Awupa. Well, I forgot which round that is, but it feels a little bit weird playing against them, honestly. Chances are high that they're just smurfing at this point, right? They're not exactly like cheating or blatantly cheating. It's fine. It's Counter-Strike. In Counter-Strike, it's like Vac Life is a suggestion. Maybe I'll play like one or two more and then I'll go to fast mode. I'm just kind of checking Twitter at this point. Look, I have to get my dragon looking quota every day, right? It's important. Oh, that's such a cool concept. Wait, I'm sharing it to my Discord. Wing hammock for a dragon is so cool. Most ambitious drawing? Collect the commission to draw as many kobolds and other creatures not into a drawing. Oh my god. As many kobolds as possible in a drawing? Crazy. Right, here we go. Can I maybe play like a round of...
Let's roll.
A round of Inferno, maybe? No, why are you banning Inferno? No, fuck, why are you banning Inferno? We literally have the best at Inferno. Like, what? Fuck. I wanna play Inferno, chat. Everyone just bans Inferno for no particular reason, like, fuck. Are we going to... No, we're going 50-50, fuck this. I don't want to play Mirage again! GG. The classic solo queue experience. When you don't get the map you want, it's GG. I never get to play Inferno. What do you mean GG? Fuck you. Fuck you. I wanna play Inferno. And then bitch just ban Inferno when we have like the most graphical advantage on Inferno ever. Like, goddamn. What do you mean? Like, GG when the game it hasn't even started yet, right? Like, the mental game for Counter-Strike people is just so weak sometimes. Like, I'm not just saying that, it's like, it's crazy. Knife.
We must win.
Everyone seems pretty strong here though. Check. I'm 3k, 5k, 5k. Oh shit, 2 5ks, 2 4ks. 3k over there. Why is it suddenly so scary?
Think you will win.
Why is it suddenly everyone so good? I mean, I'm at 3.1k. I'm the lowest here. Oh, no one takes the bomb. Let's go. Here we go. I'm rushing. Oh, I failed the flash. I hate it here. Ooh, CZ on CZ headshot. GG on round 1 is crazy. Come on, Orange, you can have stronger mental than that, brother. Good shit, nice try. That was a really good 3 kill. You can have stronger mental than that. You cannot just be like, oh, I'm not playing Mirage, GG. Right? But then again, what do I know, right?
No.
Are they forcing?
How you can play alone?
No. This is what we have been working for.
Why do you need more than 5 bullets? Because it's 5 people? I'm going in.
I'm throwing a flashback.
Go B.
Oh, I only saw someone at A
Orange,
end.
go.
Orange, go. Oh no. No, you cannot just stay here. They're not gonna go through the door. They don't need to. Oh.
Go B.
Yo, blue is gaming. Orange, nice bait.
Who
Orange
who,
is
bro?
Orange is
No,
crazy.
he's very quick. Shot him
Orange is crazy.
just alone.
Orange is from the
Your
start
voice is so low, bro.
flaming.
So low. Can you hear me? Yeah, now I can a bit better. I can hear you saying, "Go man, go man." Oh shit! Push me. Push.
Yellow is already out.
Go. Come A.
Smoke. I'm planted.
City. It's okay. Don't fight.
Short, short.
Throwing the flashbang.
Oh, fire bed. I saw someone there.
Go, go. On side, on side, on side.
Oh,
Two side.
come on. Yellow. What the hell is going on?
Nice.
We're on a real man.
Damn, we got a nice. I should have checked right side as well. Fire bed. Remember chat. Fire bed. Let's do. Brother, that's kind of scary.
Guys, I tell you, we kill them all.
Oh, they're just throwing smokes. I'm going first. Oh, I keep flashing fail.
Throwing fire.
They're definitely holding the smoke. There's no need to go through the smoke.
One
there.
below. Oh shit. No.
No.
Oh my god. B1. B1 low.
I have 10 bullet.
Really low. Green, you were waiting for Christmas?
Waiting for Christmas.
Wait, Green, wait. B is low. I think you can clear B. Ah. You can save.
Let's go green with the apple bar. Orange is so mad. Orange is already saying GG on round start because they didn't get Mirage. You know, I just hate this. Let's go. Yeah, let's go. I'm playing A short every day, all day, brother.
Stop dropping the bomb, please.
Someone dropping the bomb? Not me. There we go. What is that smoke? Brother, why is that smoke? I can't. Watch this. I learned this from whatever, I don't know. No bullet. Orange with the dot dot dot. The double dot dot dot. Let's go. The mantle is already crushingly low from the round start GG. Oh, we got 2 rounds though. What's the smoke that they're throwing? Orange is turbo given up. That's fair.
Come.
Come? Alright.
Oh, there's 2 more.
You did say come!
What the
Ooh.
fuck?
What the fuck? No, it's important you switch hands for the
Bro, we can't hear you, bro.
tactical advantage, right? You're gonna switch hands for the tactical advantage. It's very important.
Ah, okay. 新加坡啊。
They're already broken. No. What round? This is round 7? People are already getting broken? I'm gonna eat one round without them knowing. Shh, chat. They don't know, alright? It's okay. I'm eating, but they don't know that, alright? Why are we walking here? Why is there no smoke mid? You know what? It's fine, brother.
On short.
If only I have a flash. Tree middle.
Purple, what are you doing, bro? Honestly.
Is purple me? I don't know, man. I mean, they asked me what I'm doing. What would I know?
One more B.
If I know what I'm doing, I wouldn't be in 3K, either.
I love to
And why not ask him what he was doing? You know? Like? And why not ask him what they're doing? My delicious steaming. I mean, they're flaming for the sake of flaming, you know? I'm pretty sure the team kill is coming soon here. Like, very, very soon. Watch this. Haha. Team kill in 0.1 seconds. Haha. They always throw bombs down. And then they're flaming. When I bring bomb, when they say come.
one short.
Oh, they can see me through that. I am muting yellow. It's turbo like mad. I had audio muted. I just saw 10 failed bunny hops and 20 flips and inspects. How do you do flips?
Yes.
Like, this is what they do, though. They just turbo not doing anything. And then when someone dies, they go like... And then they be like, I'm good because I wait until no time. Is this how you play Counter-Strike? I don't think so, no? Like, we're at T-side, we need to push, and now look at what's going on, right? Flipping the weapon side. Oh, you mean like jump and shoot the gun that it flips? On the ground? Who cares you? Oh no, orange. Orange is... Oh, I assume yellow talk a lot of shit already, so... Oh no, the team mental is falling apart. No, it's a team game. You cannot just fall apart like this. You know what? I'm bringing the shotgun, brother. I'm throwing the mid smoke so that no one fails it. All right. I should go mid actually because I have a shotgun. one B tunnel and one A short, see what they do. I'm trying to go in through A so that we can have a little bit of like split firepower from them. I didn't expect the B tunnel would be this strong of a position. Maybe I should consider that position. Ooh. I got 72 for 2. Oh, kick me then. Yeah, kick me. Yeah, kick me, brother. Come on, kick me. Yeah. Imagine if I want to be in this game, alright? Not ever. Kick me, come on. You won't, we'll see. You won't. You won't kick me then. Like, what kind of would... let's see what the smoke lands, okay? Like... Like, I'm trying to entry frag, and this is what they do, right? They killed one, they stay in the dark place, and don't push. I know mindlessly pushing is not the way, but we killed one, we traded. I think we have the advantage because CT always has the separated firepower, right? They need to care for 2 points. So if one person dies in A short, I feel like we should push, right? Am I wrong with this? Like I need to know here, like, chat. am I wrong for thinking that after one dies I should push it? Because we got a trade, and then all they do next is to hold A short again. I mean, there could be like a... Technically, it could be... Chances are high that there might be a second one comes in, right? But still... Right? But still... I don't know. Like, my current stance with, like, Counter-Strike is... If I'm on T side... If I'm on T side... Then I should be... Fair enough. Be clear, but no bomb. Oh no. In this situation, I feel like we should go to, like, help A long at this point, no? I'm kind of talking about, like, the mental game.
A1.
Be clear, so it's all A. Right. We were at 4v2. Shouldn't we go push together since we have like one in CT, one in A short? So both should be in A short and both should be in A long and push in, no? So the situation is that A long was holding an angle where they should have like pushed in. He can't, but he keeps trying. Hey, they're trying, brother. No, you know what? No. People in this team is going to suffer forever, alright? Vote no. No. What? We cannot let them escape this place, alright? We cannot let them escape this place. You want A long again? I'm gonna smoke mid. Let's go 5 A short. We love that. That was a nasty shot though, not gonna lie. Ooh! Any VC? That was a bad aim from me, no? No, we cannot vote. Yes, everyone... How the fuck? I assume yellow is flaming, be like, no, why is no one hiding? Oh, wait, no, I should unmute yellow actually. I wanna hear what yellow is flaming here. Yeah, yellow should like carry the whole team if he's so good, right? I'm on orange side. Let's go. Blue wants to kick me. Oh, you gotta love like solo queue experience here. Like I know I'm not good, but hey, I got one. Oh, I already. Oh yeah, they are trying to kick me. I voted no. Oh, green, green. Ooh, nasty shot. I don't think you can wall bang or box bang that one. Ooh, that was nasty. I ain't got no skill, just common sense. Holy shit, the yellow is so funny. Forcing oh but idiot. Oh my god, this team is perfect. I'm rushing mid, brother. Let's go.
You're right, Vietnam, you're right.
I'm rushing mid. Let's go. I don't care. Yeah. Bombs me. Let's go. Actually surprised no one's mid there. Ooh.
Useless motherfuckers.
Useless motherfuckers.
Fast.
And it just goes in for knife. Fast. Yes, go orange, flame him. Flame him orange, flame him.
Better, bro.
Flame him orange, I'm on your
Save
side.
for op, come on, save for your op, bro. Your op is so good.
They're so
go to
bad,
Geylang
oh my
and sell your
god.
mother like Chibai.
Holy shit. It's just a CS game, brother. Oh my god, it's so funny. Oh, good shot. Oh, it's so... Wait, that's Malaysian. Yeah, that sounds from Malaysian. No, Orange, I don't agree with team killing though. Team hurting is fine, but team killing is like... Yellow? You know what? I'm actually voting yes for this one. Shh, chat, no one knows, alright.
Please.
I'm not... don't say anything, chat. Wait, I shouldn't have kicked yellow. We should keep yellow in this game for longer. Shit, I should have said no. No, ayah. I should keep yellow in this game longer because yellow is the one that's like super mega pissed. No, please say no, please say no. Like whoever's the one who... Yellow is so funny. Yellow is so pissed and be like, you want meat, you always want go meat and force up that you motherfucking jibai. Oh my god. Yellow is looks like Singaporean actually. Holy shit, it's so funny. Oh my god. Yellow is so angry. They're all using Galil, so I still need like my Kevlar and everything. Yes, Yellow didn't get kicked. Let's go. It is the last match though. I don't know if I have to rush mid. If I rush mid, it will end too quickly, right? I want to lock in, but I'm honestly not too sure how. I could try to go for anyone's buying Awupa? No Awupa? No, if there's no Awupa, I could. No, I don't want to smoke. I don't think I smoke the dark hole in the middle there. You know, at first it was orange. That's like, oh no, bad, right? No Mirage, I angry, GG. And then yellow just comes in for crush out and be like all the motherfucking G-Buy comes in and it's like, whoa. Man, I should have unmuted yellow earlier. Oh my god, this shit's gonna be so funny. And then I'm just playing my own, and I know they're trying to like headshot me or like team killing me. I mean, at this point, I mean, with my current like damage, I guess deserved, you know? Like I'm clearly not good, right? But I'm not like trying to like stir up shit. The one that wants to stir up shit is yellow. And yellow is only 4k. I mean, yellow is not that good, you know? I'm not gonna flame or something, but still, you know. Flashing. I should keep the flash here, honestly. Ooh, someone's holding B tunnel. Holy shit.
Laying down smoke.
I'm pretty surprised someone's holding B tunnel.
Throwing fire. Grenade out.
Yo, green's trying. Let's go. We could try winning this round and let yellow. Yellow. No, we should let yellow stay in this round for longer. But yellow didn't want to play. That's fair. I mean, yellow is pissed as hell. So- This might be the best game today. It's like the yellow is so pissed at everyone doing anything. It's so funny. Like I know I keep dying, but at first I feel like my game plan is to like get entry frag and it just like gets in. But I can't do it because my gun game is not that good, right? So I get flame for it because I always looks like I'm pushing and then dying. But I'm trying to entry frag there. And then they were pissed, so I got like flame until there's no tomorrow. Like there's like 2 people trying to team kill me all the time. Oh fuck, it's so funny. Good shit, let's go for another one. I feel it. Hi Annie. It's the weirdest looking original Counter-Strike game. For Counter-Strike 2, I guess the game looks pretty in a sense, but I can't really make comparison because I never really played CSGO or CS Source. I played a little bit of CS 1.6 back then, but that was like just a little bit. Because when I was in mid school, even playing first person view game would scare the fuck out of me because I'm too terrified. Well, oh, what if we meet the yellow again? But I can't see the name though because I have like clean player names and everything. Talking from the 90s?
Let's roll.
2 pair. Everyone is around my level now. I'm doing pretty okay today. But the medicine is still making me feel like making me feel like I'm floating, but I'm feeling okay. Hope Annie's doing good as well. Yeah. And that game was Inferno, please. Let's go. Yeah. I'm playing banana. Let's go. Oh my god, it's Vietnam. I cannot understand what they're saying. Yeah, I get to play with my banana.
Let's roll.
I'm being numbed. Oh, I've not yet been drooled again. Drooled? Isn't drooling like salivating over delicious food? Oh, I don't know. I couldn't know who it is. But if someone were to like use voice chat and flame me again, because surely they don't like. Yeah, it's not someone that I know. You want a bubble shark? Bubble shark? The video from yesterday. Oh crap, what was the video that I watched yesterday?
We kill them all.
Is it something from my Discord? I don't remember, I'm sorry. Alright, watch this. I'm gonna contest banana for 12 rounds because I love banana. Let's go banana. They say where? I'm gonna talk with my actions. Let's go. Stop fucking blocking, bitch. I'm sorry. Good shit. We're going banana.
Activating the bomb.
Yo, let's go. Banana. It was a Discord show for sure. I can't draw me from. Oh, ah. Left kitty drooling. Oh my god. Nicely. Oh my god, I love banana. Let's go Nova. I don't think they're gonna go sandbags, but I'm gonna molly sandbags anyway. Watch this, chat. Help! I'm being blocked. Yes. I'm being blocked. I'm being mega blocked by my team. Oh, oh no! Oh no, team! Oh no! Oh, that's the best rush in a long time. Holy shit, I love that. Let's go. Let's go B. I love B. I didn't even land a shot. Yeah, I'm not doing shotgun. I'm not good with shotgun, but I love shotgun.
This is our fight. Throwing the flashbang.
That's how entry, baby.
Smoke. Planted. Bomb has been planted. I'm throwing a flashbang.
I'm too low. I'm so used to playing CSS, CSOs, and either serve RPG or zombie mode. Ooh. No, PPP zone is good. Okay, AK is actually really good. You know what? Yeah. I'm surprised that flash was huge. Let's go side B. Yeah. Banana. Banana. Let's go banana. Alright, chat. We're gonna flash this, and then we're gonna nade them like this. Fuck. Ah! Good box! What? The smoke, holy shit! Oh my god, this place is smoked up! I never heard of like surf RPG or zombie mode. Oh. Good try, brother. Good try. Oh, I dinged him? Holy shit, I dinged orange. That's crazy. How do I even ding them like that? 4 kills, 500 damage. I love that. I love getting less kills and more damage. That means I'm trying to entry frag all the time. Let's go. We go B. We go B. Fuck. Fire. My one enemy. My one enemy. Why are you walking? Why are you running like that? Hiya. Don't smoke here, it's really bad. Actually, it's not that bad, you know? Rip, what happened? Did the stream die? Awupa? Awupa? That hurts. Awupa. My ping spot blue? Our team blue 45 is not that bad actually. So good though. 45 is not bad, mine's 35. Our yellow is 50. They're going A. Let's go A. Are they? No! It's a good spot. It's a good spot. I love low elo games. Yeah, I mean, barely people check that spot, honestly. Let's go middle. Mid rush. No one throws mid smoke. No one knows how to throw mid smoke. It's okay. I will do it. Watch this, brother. I smoke up. Wait for the smoke. Rush. It's fucking underhanded flash. Hey, how are you doing? Hey, how are you doing? Get fucked. I love Inferno, baby! What the hell? That was actually kind of scary. That nade could have been huge if I let go of my hand. Oh my god, brother! Don't play Awupa. Don't play Awupa. No. All good, brother. I love Inferno. Who needs Awupa when you can headshot with Mach 10 while full running? You know what I mean? Oh my god. Ran Tao Tai Pan Nut Put. I cannot read that. Like, what the hell is that? To Midal. I will.
Strangest looking game of keep talking and nobody explodes.
Watch this. I was too careless. Strangers looking, I'll keep talking and nobody explodes. Oh. Yo, wanna come back? Oi, axe. Don't fight them, just hide. No. Nice Negev though. They're so keen on like trying to kill all of them instead of just hiding and take the angle. No, we got in. We take the plan and then we can just hide. I was trying to find a place to hide. I love banana. Let's go. Alright, chat. We're going to flash this. We're going to molly sandbags. We're gonna run through this shit and we're gonna like kill them like this. If I can aim, that would be nice. Oh, Awupa! We should go together, honestly. They're a little bit too afraid of the Awupa. Yeah, they got a little bit too afraid of the Awupa, unfortunately. Yo, nice pre-aim. Also, if I can get the first kill, that would be nice. Rush out, they know where you are. Yeah! Oh. I can't do dedicated PvP small team quick action games like this. I have no cheaters with Hunt, Showdown and Warzone. Oh. Yo, that's That's fucked up. That's fucked up. That's actually fucked up. Why would you say that? Why would Team Yellow say that? Oh my god, I'm turbo blocked. Someone's gonna... Take the bomb, I'm going in. Wow, Awupa! That's a really fast Awupa. Good shit. Should I try to fight with AK? I feel like it's a bit difficult. Hey Rush, you got it, boss. Green Lemaub. Green. Dang, unfortunate. I didn't expect the smoke didn't cover that. Wait, did they dodge the stick and flash as well? Oh, crazy. The timing. I'm the dedicated spotter in most games. I can see things very quickly and from very far away. Oh, I couldn't do that. I'm very weak in sight. Oh, the timing! The timing! Oh, here comes the Awupa fight. Awupa. Why though? What makes you want to jump up into apps? Holy shit. Oh my god. What make them want to jump up apps? Like, what do they hear? Holy shit. I love Counter-Strike sometimes. All the time. Most of the time, actually. Like, gosh. I'm rushing B. Actually, I'm not rushing B. I'm contesting B. Oh my god, that was a crazy shot. Oh. The DQ! A rotate actually is good here. Since we have been committing to our spots, so like... Oh, that's unfortunate. That's interesting. What the fuck? What the fuck? Last Awupa, you better rush out. Why smoke? Why is there smoke? Oh, that's a nice smoke actually. Take the bomb. You know where the... That is... Are you cheating? You're inspecting a default knife. You're rushing to B again. Oh my god. Alright, Yellow, you do you. You're expecting default knife, I really don't trust you. Here comes library. Oh. How I play that? I honestly would jump to ads as fast as possible because I feel like it takes some time for them to realize that they are.
We aren't going on a windy walk here.
Broseph knew exactly where he was. It is a little bit sus, honestly. Yeah. That is a popular spot to be in though, but still. It's sus that they know where that was. Like, we're in 3K, 4K, 2K area, but then people are so good here.
Grenade.
One nade in the middle.
Throwing a grenade.
Wee! That was a lucky shot. That was such a lucky shot, actually. Neo can't but very much an experienced player then. Yeah, it happens a lot in this game. And in Counter-Strike for 3 years or 4 years now, for 3 to 4 years, Counter-Strike 2 anti-cheating software has been a suggestion. So people can just blatantly cheat and get no consequences for the longest time. And because of that, even the rank that we are in is like very differ in skill level because of like cheating. And people would just start with a cheating accusation instead of being like, oh, nice shot, right? There's no more, oh, nice shot. There's like, oh, they are cheating now. It's kind of sad, but it is what it is. They don't have scout. What?
Smoke. Throwing smoke.
Smoking metal. Yeah, I mostly prefer PvE as well, but it's just Counter-Strike. I don't know why I love Counter-Strike so much.
Deploying flashbang. Throwing flashbang.
Why are you looking at my flash? Oh my god, I'm so terrible actually. Me destroying the cutie ball? No, it's all fine. It's all good. It's not distraction, it's socializing. I'm rushing mid. I'm rushing mid. Oh my days, that's in that sounds like India. Alright, what's this chat? I watch Friend.
Throwing fire. Smoke. Deploying flashbang.
What the hell?
Laying down smoke.
You saw that chat, right? I love rushing mid. Okay, I need to play like camping here. You could try to get a gun and save, even though it's like a little bit dangerous, but I only have a 5.7. Do Vidigo with all of those headshots? Yeah. I wouldn't be able to land a shot, honestly. It's so tough. What you right? What you right? What you right? There's the nade go off. Oh my god! Holy shit! I'm getting secondhand anxiety watching that just now. You know, we should eco. I got a free nade. What would I do with that?
Move it, son.
I'm eating. Alright, I'm not rushing anymore. I'm a good bolt, alright?
Throwing smoke.
Psych, I'm fucking rushing. Let's go, we go top. Wee! You know I'm here. I am nowhere. Actually, I'm rushing in. Haha. What the heck? Everyone died. It's on B. Watch this, brother. I'm gonna clutch. You there, peek? You there, peek again? Walao eh. Ow. Hey, I got a kill though. They were using Khalil, so armor was a good call. Armor is a good call. Alright, let's try our best.
Come on, chop, chop.
I love Inferno! Inferno is so fun, man. Like, fuck.
Grenade out.
Does anyone check here, actually? What is that? What the fuck is that smoke? No one plays apps, I feel like. Yeah, no one plays app. No one plays app.
Bomb has been planted.
Dang, I didn't even get a chance.
Incendiary.
Oh no. Oh no. Good try, brother. Good try. I had fun. I finally Inferno. Look at me. I can play Inferno. Let's go. I'm top fragging. Yeah. Yeah. I love Inferno. Chat, did you know that I love Inferno? No? Well, now you know. Getting bit by lead? Yeah, it's okay though. But that two headshots with the 5-7 was nasty. I love that one. It was nasty. Oop. Wait. I'm starting to feel a little bit like too dizzy to go on. I could. You know what? Let's play some Phasmophobia. Why not? Hmm. Do you like Inferno because that's what a lot of dragons create? Yeah, that too. Dragon can definitely Inferno all vocal. Morning, Chip. Morning. Hope you're doing good. Hey, let's play some Phasmo. Why not? I'm feeling a little bit too like fatigued playing more of Counter-Strike. It's like high energy kind of game and I'm currently feeling low energy now. I had Inferno, it was really fun, and I think that's good enough. Let's play some Phasmo. Maybe bone one goes state. Hindi. Eh, oh. I would hug the chip. Toasty bone? Pretty much. Right, we don't need this anymore. If you're feeling sleepy, then fast will wake up quickly. I mean, true. True. Alright, it's time to close the music. I had fun playing Counter-Strike with Jazz. Especially those monthlies. Oh my god, there's monthlies. Steam VR? Steam Home? In VR? Damn. Playing Phasmo in VR, my heart will not be able to handle. Gonna get hunted by a demon immediately after entering the house again. I have like bad memories with yokai yesterday. Okay. Made a little bit of art progress yesterday at least. Oh, nice. Gonna get in by spirits, get in by dragon instead. We appreciate the taste more. No, no one's getting eaten here. I'm just getting my neck snapped. Right? Also, I forgot to mention, but they have different death animation now. Oh my god. Big warm wet mall to lay in, right? Yeah. Dragon Mall? Yeah. Hmm? That would be nice.
Welcome back. I prepared some jobs for you.
I prepared some jobs for you. You want beans and sausage? Beans and sausage? Wow. Mind the pointy bits? Yeah. Twitch drops? Drop campaigns are a fun way to get in-game loot. If the channel is participating in a drop campaign, you will see a message at the top of chat about the drop campaign and how to earn those. And how to earn reward. Until... Is that December 15? That's December 5th, I think. If I connect this, I want to try it. Can I connect this? Go to twitch.tv/activate. Copy this. I want to see what it does. Oh, okay. Twitch.tv/activate. Activate. Kinetic games? Yeah, sounds about right. Connection good? Heck yeah, look at that. So, what now? Do I just do that and it's good enough? Hooray, Twitch drops? Yay! I don't know what it dropped, but it apparently does Twitch drops now. Right, we cannot have incense yet, right? No sanity medication. No incense, no headgear. Needs to be level 14. Should be automatic? Don't know for sure though. Might require either a stream or chat restart. Nah, it's fine then. I mean, it's not something that I really look forward to. It's just something that I saw like, ooh, Twitch drops. But it's okay. I might be playing fast mode a tad bit more lately, I feel like. 69, we love that number. Alright. We start with... We're gonna edge ourselves. Too much? Let's go with them. The smallest house possible. I'm just gonna play intermediate because my things are like so weak. Let's go. We're gonna go to Willow Street. Can I hash the Kobo if I won? Oh my god. Small house for a small ball? Yeah.
We've arrived. Check the equipment and get set up before investigating. New intel. Reports of light switching. Possibly harmless, but be careful out there.
Light switching? Not the mayor? Ayo? Did you know that I like being edged? Okay, wait. No, I don't want to get banned. We do thermal and ghostwriting. Alright, take this, open up. I know. Alright, me with my shitty flashlight and my shitty ass thermometer is going to destroy the ghost. Imagine if it hunts when I get in as a demon. How funny would that be actually? Is the breaker here? Love it when the breaker is close. Uh-huh. Are you here? It's not exactly going down. Oh, it is going down. It's going down, it's going down, it's going down. It's below 10. It could be here. Check the other room. I don't have a car key. It's here actually. No, where's the car key? Shut the hell up. You shut the hell up. Alright, you like this? I found your room, you better be scared. Woo. Why would you close the light here? What the heck? Oh, then I'll open this one up. I mean, I could say, but I still consider a new person in general, so I'm not pushing that luck. You could DM me instead if you want. Since Dino Blade trailer for the Dino with dual gun, Devil May Cry Dino, haven't seen that yet. Are they having like a new update for the game now? Right, dots projectile immediately. I think I trust Annie enough in general. Okay, I found the key. Sent? Okay, I'll watch it after. Shut up. Oh, go 7. Don't touch me! Don't touch me! Also trying to be semi-wholesome, semi. We're very wholesome here. I love being wholesome. It's not minus. Don't worry about it. Aren't you an active one? It's not minus still. Very wholesome. Like looks at my AD. This guy just told me to be truly wholesome for me. Yeah, no, I mean me too. Even though I only have like one spicy art of terror, but there's only one, so we're gonna set up the UV lights real quick. You know what? What? I'm listening. Terror's like mala spicy. What the hell? I'm not that spicy. Alright, we're gonna do a cross setup here. Ooh. And then we're gonna bring in salt. I don't think I'm mala spicy though. Bold like spicy. Oh my god. Said he's still good despite looking at... Oh, Venus! Sorry. Oh wait, if I bring... Yeah, if I bring salt, I should be bringing the photo cam instead. Yeah. I think I showed my spicy art on Spicy Corner in my Discord channel. I can show that again because I really love that one. What Senusona is? Lavender? You wanna step the salt, dum dum? I'm gonna mute myself just in case it's not. Just in case it's yokai. I'm gonna mute myself in game. It's not freezing. Can put you here. Let's bring video cam and EMF. Yo, this is spicy. What? Yeah, always no, well, not always has been, but and for a good while now, my Discord has that. You didn't know? You didn't know either? Oh my god. Wait, no. EMF 2. The ghost really likes the car. A very active one. But it's not draining my sanity as much. It's moving. It's not touching. Are you not touching the salt? Are you Rave? Oh, chances are high that it's a Rave here. Are you here? Where are you? Are you close? Are you close? You close? Are you friendly? Are you close? Are you a ghost? Are you here? 哎呀，妈的！你跟我讲话就跟我讲话啦。Wait. Are you here? Who are you? Where are you? Where is you? Where are thou? Are you here? I don't think it's spirit box. Temperature. Hi, Torpedo. Temperature. It's not below. I'm not getting any evidence here. But this one is very like sus because it's no. We saw the ghost move from room to room, but then they didn't touch the salt. I mean, it's possible that they don't touch the salt, but still. What do we have? Crucifix, photo camera, parabolic. Are you close? Question to ask you for 25 minutes before. And one crucifix. Alright, here we go. Wait, I forgot. You know what? I'm bringing these in. Hello, ghost? You wanna talk to me? I'm listening. You wanna say something to me? You wanna say something to my face? Oh, walao eh. No ghostwriting. It's not freezing. Guess I should bring in more stuff. Oh.哎呦，你阿妈张火，你很喜欢这辆车哦。So freezing still. I might be too late. Oda comes home. Who are you? What are you doing here? Turns out you went to the house on the wrong side of the on the street. So go, she's the owner flipping the smart home lights. They are touching a thing a lot. Are you Obambo? So did Kobo find any ghosts in real life? Not that I know of, no. I don't think I found any like ghosts in real life. It's not freezing. You wanna talk to me real quick? You wanna talk to me, ghost? Unless you're a pussy. Is someone a pussy? Hmm? Oh, don't want to talk to me? Oh yeah, oh yeah? Oh yeah? Oh yeah, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. What do you want? Huh? Huh? Oh, play with the lights with you. Are you, huh? Play with the lights, huh? What do you want then, huh? You want to talk to me? Dum dum? Stupid. I'm Tira. Yo. I'm from the streets. Yo. I'm doing rapping and shit. Yo. There was something, there was something. They touched something. You can handle the cuteness, I bet. Maybe? What'd you do? What did you touch? Hmm. I'm gonna check for orbs in the car. I'm Tira from the streets. Yo. And I'll tear a new one. I'll tear a new one. Yo. Yo. Unless it's a Goryo. Fun tidbit. There's a very good chance my house is haunted, but with 3 cats here, it's hard for them to be active compared to the cats. Oh, that's kind of scary. Make it pay rent. What was that? Was that orb? Oh, I said dots. I think that was dots. I was looking at chat. Let's look at it a little bit longer. Are you, am I, are we, are you, it's not showing me anything. But there was definitely something just now here. It could be dots actually, because if it's orb, it would play, it would be flying around more. Let me change the camera angle. Let's go back in. More salt and crucifix. It's showing something. No footprints. You want to do that again? Oh, there's footprints. What the heck? I have a sneaking suspicion that it might be opaque. Because they step on it here, there's no footprints. They step here, there's footprints. Oh, and dots. Okay, we saw dots, we saw dots. It's not opaque. Is it freezing? No. I tried, but every time I went to collect rent, it ghosted me. Oh my god, I cannot believe it. They threw away my book. Could it be spirit box? It doesn't feel like it's Phantom, so it's not. EMF 2. It was throwing something around. Oh, it's just outside noises, okay. We know it's not, we know it's ultraviolet. But it's not really showing anything here. Or anything else. I think I took it. Dots goes! Even though you cannot see it, but it is. I'm fast. I thought I heard the extra footstep. I'm fast. I'm so fast. I'm so fast. It's not freezing. Still. Oh, the ghost's here now.
Why you bully me?
I'm not bullying anyone. You want to talk to me? Hello? Hello? Hello, ghost? Are you here? I'm hearing call and gasp noises, but not anything from the ghost. You wanna talk to me, Dum Dum? Dum Dum Ghost? Hello? Hello? You wanna talk to me? Some extra footsteps? I don't know if that counts. How would you know? Maybe it's a gasping, calling burp ghost? Oh my god. It's such a specific combo. He's doing something. I'm keeping my sanity high because I don't have anything to recover my sanity. It is an extra footstep, okay. Unique photos with a photo camera. Actual UV footprints for the ghost. Evidence of a physical form. I need to switch off the light so that it's easier to like look at. No bones? On the burnt ghost, it was weird. I'm not going down. Bone must be downstairs, it feels like. Oh, you're here now. You're such a roamy ghost, what the heck? I mean, I thought it was here. I love going down. Oh, I think it's removing the forward slash or the slash, and the add code should work. It was a good fisting session. Oh my god, what did I play? What did I play? I was playing retro. Oh my god, what was I playing? What the heck? I'm specifically not adding it. It was when there's a C thing. Oh. What else do we have? Haven't shown EMF 5. It's not Goryo because dots appear right in front of me. Freezing temps, it's not freezing temps, definitely. So it's or writing or spirit box. Banshee? No, that feels like a banshee. Because it was a singing ghost event. So if it's a banshee, it might be able to scream at me with a parabolic microphone. It was here. You wanna scream at me, dum dum? What? No. No. I love how things the way to go straight. I don't get it. My set is still pretty high. I forgot to turn off the light. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't know how to do the sound recording. She angry? Yeah, she's angry now. You wanna do that again, dum dum? What did you throw? Yeah, it's here now, it's here now. That's not a scream. You wanna do that again? You could scream at me so that I know that you're a banshee for real. Hi, Nina. You could just scream at me, brother. Oh, sister. What a bussy. What a bussy. What? I'm covering the whole ground. You have no chance to escape. You can escape my parabolic microphone. The power of parabolic mic. You will scream at me. You will scream at me. You know you want to. 老伟，你在这边你都不要Okay, you know what? Let's switch off the light and look for ghost orbs. I'm gonna try to get a few angles in. Which door did you touch? I didn't know which door. Get this line right now in front of the ghost? No, no. I don't want to die and lose all my item. It's so expensive. I might need to turn off the dots projector. I already know it's dots. Yeah, I need to turn off that dots projector. And chances are high that it's a banshee now. I just feel like it's not showing me any evidence. What? What? That sounded like a 4. Maybe if I... Oh. Maybe? This is a nice angle. I don't... There's no ghost orbs though. How does Kobo reach that high? I have a dragon that helps. How about me getting that thigh and then we look for ghost orbs? God, the medicine is making me so eepy, it's crazy. There's nothing though. Is it not orb? Okay, what else could it be? Not freezing. Orb. It doesn't write at all. It doesn't spirit box me. It's definitely not EMF 5 because Goryo does not appear. Goryo's dots does not appear when I'm in the room with him. So it's not Goryo, so it's definitely not EMF 5. It's not freezing temps. Writing a spirit box. It's just they don't want to write it. I'm going back in. Like you keep throwing the book, that's not gonna do us any good. Are you in-game muted still? The spirit box won't work? No. I'm talking in-game. I'll try again. Are you here? Are you here? Where are you?
was taken away.
尼玛，你不会早一点跟我讲，真的是操啊！You taken away, you taken away 啦，walao eh. It's a phantom. I didn't get to look at it. Wait, maybe I can record this. Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Are you here? Can you talk to me? Are you here now?
Taken away.
Are you here? Where are you? Talk to me. Talk to me. Talk to me again. Don't be shy. Talk to me. Are you here? Are you here? Are you here? Where are you? Where are you?
I'm far from their house. A young individual.
I wonder if that counts as sound recording. I was taken away into the naughty corner. What? How? I don't get it. I don't get how sound recording works. Thank goodness I didn't tunnel vision on. Yeah, that was really bad. I didn't tunnel vision on it being a banshee. It was a singing ghost event, but I haven't seen a ghost for a long time. That's why I keep like doubting myself. Is it like a phantom or is it like a fucking banshee or anything? I don't know. But at least we try a few more times with spirit box. It works. Alright, we good. Let's go home. Apparently you need to try a lot of times
There's some jobs ready for you.
so that it could work. We got headgear. I need to get that thigh. I also want to take a small break and go to the toilet real quick. Wait. Chat, I'm gonna open up music and then I'm gonna go take a small break real quick. Oh, display capture is on top. Here. And then I'm gonna do this. A small break. Oh, actually, the ambiance is good. Here, we can look at this at 144p. No, we're gonna look at this at 720p. Too late, I've seen your credit card information. No, not my non-existent credit card information. Oh no. Puts on true horror, berry, berry, berry. Ooh. But why is it Christmas? I don't know. Christmas is good, I guess. Or we can go this one. You don't like Christmas? I never celebrated Christmas. You want summer? It's eternal summer here, no? Right, I'm gonna go take a small break, and then when I come back, I'm gonna get that thigh. Right, be right back. Real quick. Don't forget to take care of yourselves as well. Thank you. I'm big. I'm big. Now I wanna get the thigh. Bite the couple thigh and keep them pinned that way. On my thigh? Excellent, I can be a menace again. Good. I'm gonna get that sign. Boop. Oh my god. Gosh, streaming while being half asleep is kinda tough. No, like, the medicine is really making me, like, not able to think. It's so weird. I actually want to check. I actually want to check if any of these causes EP. None of them says that it causes EP. Magnesium 3CD kit mixture? I don't know. Alright, second set, I'm doing it. Okay. Oh, okay, okay. Oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god. Wow. Not able to think? What a mood? Yeah. Feels like that's me most of the time as well. Oh my god. I'm trying to... I'm trying to catch my breath here. Ooh. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Cool. Oh my god. Whoa. I get praise for that? Oh my god. Thank you. Ooh, that's a nice work in progress. I saw that. Amazing. Okay. I need to drink water. Thing, I work on it very much. Heck yeah. It looks great though. Heck yeah. It looks heckin' great. Nah. I might go for one or two more hunts. One or two more ghost hunting. I might have to stop it there. The medicine is making me feel very weird. So yeah. Let's play some Phasmo. A reach field? A edge field? No, we do Tanglewood. We're gonna do the easy ones. We can have headgear now, so we take one, but that's not gonna help at all, so we don't need to do that. Headgear is only good when there's like multiple people. People can check my point of view from the truck. Definitely take care of yourself first and foremost. Yeah, I've been trying. Like I know I made like a very lengthy post on Discord last night before I go to sleep because it was like I suddenly felt like the streams that I've been doing for the longest time has not been really like interesting, to say the least. It's mostly just me trying to like wind down from everything, right? It's just kind of how I feel. Thermal. So I made that lengthy post. Outside is about 10. Breaker should be downstairs. It's not going down. I think they've been cozy multiple times I've dozed off here. Oh, I mean, I'm glad you didn't see it because I didn't really like ping anyone with it because it's not like anything that's what's with this? It's not anything that's like too important, I would say. That's why I didn't really like do ad critters because it's just kind of me wanting to express how I feel lately. So yeah. So exactly going down. Yeah, it's not exactly going down. This one's going up. And going up a lot here. No, is it the basement? That would be so unfortunate. Let's check the bedrooms around here. I said it before, I said it again, I'm here for you, not the content. Thank you. It could be here. It's going down. Wow, yeah, you're here. It's going down, kind of. No? Oh, it's here. Very nice. Here, give me your sign. I'm a big fan. Thank you, Chip. Oh, you moved here? Walao. 21. I often don't have the energy to hang out in a lot of streams, but I make sure to at least say hi in yours. Thank you. That means a heck lot. Oh my god. Right, it's time to bombard the entire toilet to be in equipment and stuff. Switch off the light here. Oh, come on, don't be shy. Nothing. It's not below 0. Let's do these two. Ding-a-ding. 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 Here's another book for you. I'm gonna take a look real quick. Hmm? I don't know what I touched. Very special Kobo, very precious and valuable. Oh my god. My Kobo valuable. I can get 4 entire gold pieces. Member of your team escaped the ghost during a hunt. I don't even know how to differentiate between ghost event and ghost hunt anymore. Oh, okay, we're gonna do a few setups here then. This is a roamy ghost, so do one there. You really hate the light in there. And then we're actually going to do one here. Yeah, bring the salt. One salt and one photo cam. I love being a kobold, honestly. Okay, we do the inside one first. We do this one. We do this one. It's in here. No footsteps, right? Oh, that's a bone. Yeah, that's definitely no footsteps. I can make sure again. They go inside the toilet now. Yeah, they keep roaming around the houses. They keep roaming around the house? That's weird. Very roamy ghost, this one? I don't see... Oh, don't move. No. Record. Nice. Let's bring ENF in there. It seems like a little bit of a active ghost we're having. Hmm. Oh, it's freezing temps. Well, that's one. There was no ultraviolet, but I needed to be sure. So it's locked. Oh, there's actually so much noise that I don't recognize anymore. They changed so much in 3 years. That's kind of crazy, actually. Maybe Ghost was a stoner, very chill. And stoner is that someone that smokes, right? Some remains. It moved this? Oh, door moved again. A cannabis enthusiast. Sanity, fine. There has to be a MF5. It might be EMF5 actually, but I wanna be sure. No writing, no anything. Are you here? Where are you? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Are you a ghost? Are you stupid? Are you ghost? Are you here? Where are you?
Active hate.
That's loud as fuck, brother. So it's Moroi, Onryo, Mimic, and Twins. EMF2, EMF3. How is that Gosong? You being here not doing dirty water is very concerning. Let's switch off the light. Oh, they're touching the door a lot. I should have used the UV light and shine on the door. Object thrown. No orbs? Doesn't look like he has orb. Okay, what's Moroi? Moroi. Where is Moroi? Moroi have risen from the grave to drain energy from the living. They have been known to place curses on the victims, curable only by antidotes or moving very far away. The weaker the victims, the stronger the Moroi becomes. Moroi suffers from hyperosmia, weakening them for longer periods. What does that even mean? The weaker the victims, so my sanity, the lower my sanity, the faster it is? Onryo. Onryo is often referred to as the wrathful spirit. It steals souls from dying victims' bodies to seek revenge. This ghost has been known to fear any form of fire and would do anything to be far from it. Extinguishing a flame can cause an Onryo to attack. When threatened, this ghost will be less likely to hunt. Spirit box, ghost orb, and freezing temps. So I guess we could try to use... We could put crucifixes in the room and then use the lighter and stuff, right? I think I can try that. Okay, let's set that up. Let's put in some things first. Oh. Hey, you did it! There was CMF1. Okay, now we need to... dirty water. Now we need to bring lighter and a match. No, a match and a candle? That's what fire stick is, right? Have a chance to attack. So if I extinguish the flame, or when they extinguish the flame, is it gonna attack? I'm gonna have to take a nap. MEBS hack. Have a spoopy rest of stream. Sweet Kobo bean. Oh. Have a good EP, Chip. I'm probably gonna go EP soon as well. It's like the medicine's driving me like EP. We have one crucifix here. It should be fine, right? I muted myself in game. No? Oh, that didn't count. It has to be a video. What? Oh, does it not work anymore? Come on. You wanna do it again, don't you? It doesn't want to do it anymore? What? I never seen that before. It doesn't want to extinguish the flame anymore. Is that 5? That's 5, that's 5, that's 5. It's the twins. What does it do? Oh yeah? I took a picture of you though. Sorry, not a picture. I took a ghost picture of you though. So we know that it's the twins. What does the twins do? My sanity is still really good. Yeah, that's EMF 5. Yo, unique. Oh, it's a duplicate. Oh, oops. I could have taken a picture, but I don't have the thing. Alright, the twin here. These ghosts has been reported to mimic each other's actions. They alternate their attacks to confuse their prey. Either twin can be angered and initiate an attack on their prey. Oh, there's 2 actions per action. The twins will often interact with the environment at the same time. Oh, wow. No wonder they are so active. Because there's 2 of them. So each action is like 2 at once. Oh, wow. Okay. I mean, that's like a little detail that I need to keep track of as well. But we know it's a twins. What do we do? Capture a photo of a ghost. Sanity below 25%. Escape during a hunt. I don't know if I want that, to be honest. Oh. Shut up. Alright, I'm trying to capture a photo of a ghost, I guess. place to hide here's one, right? No, it's locked. You think I can hide here? Probably. How are you here? I don't know if that counts. Shadow Ghost? Hopefully that counts. That counts. Let's go. Extra money. Okay. My safety is still fine. The twins. All right, the twins. So one is in the ghost room. One is just roaming around the place. So their strength is like there's not really like a safe place. Not exactly like a safe place anywhere because you never know which twin's gonna initiate the attack. Oh, that's kind of scary actually. I didn't think about that. I think we good. I think we good. Yeah, I think we good. We found it's the twins. We take some good ass photos and good ass pictures and videos, right? Heck yeah, I think that's a win in my book. That's nice. That's nice.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
What? They're not Circle the Twins? No, I'm stupid. I circled the twins. Oh no, I guess I didn't do that. Time in ghost room? Time in light? Time in dark? Favorite room changes? No. Abilities used? Events? Oh, I caught 2 events. Oh, hell yeah. No hunt. Time in favorite room, 18 minutes. Time out of favorite room. Phone location. Ah, it says everything. Okay. It's weird, but I think I might stop here. Yeah, I think I might stop here. My brain and the medicine is like not really helping here. So wait, I mean I would love to stream more, but it's getting hard to think and it's getting hard to just speak in general. I might have to lie down for a good while, you know? I'm gonna leave game for now. And I have to quit the game after this as well. Because apparently leaving game means leaving single player game. And now it's leaving the game for real. Interesting. Game's fun. I actually kind of love Phasmo again. But the way that I play Phasmo is a little bit on the more boring side of things, I guess, because my game plan for Phasmo is just trying to not get hunted as much as possible. Right? I'm trying to avoid being hunted by keeping my sanity up high while trying to get some evidence for the thing. Yeah, evidence for the ghost. Hmm. Gosh, I don't know if I want to raid out today. I feel a little bit weird today. Yeah, I feel a little weird. I might just end the stream here and call it. No raid? Yeah, no raid. I don't feel like raiding out today. Unless maybe I rate to numbers? Numbers is currently playing Voices of the Void. I don't really get a chance to rate numbers. You know what? I'm gonna rate and run numbers. Alright. I'm not gonna pluck anything today. I'm just gonna like rate out as soon as possible because my brain doesn't work anymore. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I have the rate message. I'm ready to raid out here. Okay, let me type in the rate. Uh-oh. Oh no! I'm raiding out too. Hi Muzzle. I hope you guys don't mind the raid train. my my medicine's making me feel like super duper EP. That's why I'm raiding out a little bit earlier than usual. Hope the stream was good. I don't mind. Oh, thank you. The stream was pretty good, yeah. I was playing gun game. I was playing Counter-Strike for a bit, and then had very fun things going on. And then I played Phasmo for a little bit, so yeah, stream good. Thanks for a raid. Have a good rest, thank you. I already typed in raid 2 numbers, so yeah, I wanted to not raid today, but I never really got a chance to raid numbers before, so I'm doing it now. But yeah, well, I'm still gonna do a bit of a self-introduction here, right? So, to those who doesn't know, welcome in everyone. My name is Tiora. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits. I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hope you are doing it right. But hope you guys don't mind that I'm gonna raid out immediately after Muzzle's raid. So we alright. Before the raid now, Kobo still wants to say, and thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Kobo loves y'all, alright? And here comes the rate to numbers. Hey, yeah. Sorry about the rate train again. The timing, the timing. Man, if only the medicine didn't get me so drunk and tired, I should be able to stream for a lot longer. But eh, eh, the medicine, it's weird. It's weird. I don't get it. Yeah, I'm actually gonna just press the rate now button and gonna go take a rest now. So thank you everyone. And Kobo loves you. Mwah. Take care. Bye bye. Love you. I'm pressing the right now button now. Man.